We will call the city council meeting to order at 5 p.m. City Clerk, may I have roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember, oh, I don't have it on my paper. Councilmember Griffith,
Still here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci is absent, Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, public employee performance evaluation. 14C, threat to public services or facilities. 14D, conference with labor negotiator. 14E, real property conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54957B1, 54957, 54957.6, and 54956.8. We'll see you back here at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now reconvening our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, flag salute and invocation. Is there anyone in our audience who is a military veteran? Please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. And now, I believe Councilman Kaji will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilwoman Kalani will lead us in the invocation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Flag at the front, hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Dear Lord, we ask that you enlighten us this evening with your wisdom and your grace. Help us be careful and relevant to the information and decisions that are asked of us tonight. We ask for your patience and your understanding to guide us in making the best possible decisions. Unite our community and let us understand all the good that surrounds us. Bless everyone with your strength as we place our hearts and our minds in your loving embrace. Amen.
Thank you. I will take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, the agenda was posted on Monday, July 3rd.
All right. I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolution and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay. Announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. Arnold Chapari and City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9E, City Manager consider adoption of resolution urging LA County, State, and Department of Justice to investigate lack of healthy equities in the Japanese community during the COVID-19 pandemic. 9G from City Manager to adopt resolution setting for changes regarding hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees. And item 8B, we're requesting to pull from the consent calendar to consider independently. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. I will start the first one. The City of Torrance Social Service Commission, in partnership with Torrance Unified School District, is currently hosting a back-to-school supply drive for families in need. I'd like to invite a special guest from Social Service Commission, Ms. Debbie Bickford, to the podium and share more details about the drive and how the community can help. Go ahead, Ms. Bickford.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Debbie Bickford, and I serve on the Social Service Commission. I'm here to encourage the community to participate in the Social Services Commission's annual back-to-school supply drive for the Torrance Unified School District, which started on June 19th. Donations will benefit students within TUSD that are experiencing homelessness and youth in the foster care system. Donation drop-off stations are located in the Torrance City Hall lobby, the Permit Center inside Community Development, the Human Resources Building, and the Civic Center Library. We will accept new donations items through Friday, July 21st. TUSD is seeking donations of the following items: backpacks, lunch pails, pencils, water bottles, notebooks, loose leaf paper, folders, dividers, binders, markers, glue sticks, calculators, socks, umbrellas, scarves, gloves, and hair products or hair accessories. For more information, visit torranceca.gov/help others. You can also contact Social Services Commission at torranceca.gov or call us at 310-618-5880 if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Bickford. Councilman Shake, you have an announcement to make or an item to bring up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As we start planning for the fall season, I'd like to get council concurrence to ask Torrance Police Chief Jay Hart to provide an update for the council on how the police department is supporting school safety for the Torrance Unified School District. While I'm sure the school district has policies and safeguards in place, I'd like to hear more about the partnership between the Torrance Police Department and the supports offered to our students, campuses, and administrators. I'd like to request an update before school gets back in session for the 2023 and 24 academic calendar year. Do I have my council concurrence on that?
Actually, before we do the concurrence, Councilman Shake, I will make a suggestion that that we maybe take this to the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee first, and then subsequently it'll come back to us. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Great idea. I
Alright.
agree.
Okay, so we'll take it to the committee at the Employee Relations and Public Safety, because that's where you could do a deep dive on that
Yep.
probably better.
Thank you for the suggestion.
All right, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, July 20th from 4 to 5:30 p.m. in the Leroy J. Jackson City Council chambers. At this meeting, Los Angeles County Transportation Authority, or LA Metro staff, will present information on their current and proposed security plan for its rail and bus system. They will also discuss how the plan could help improve safety and security for future light rail extensions to Torrance. There will also be experts on safety and security speaking at this meeting. Additional information for the meeting is available on Torrance Transit's website at transit.torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The expected agenda item to discuss the Transportation Committee's recommendations for changes at the Torrance Airport has been delayed to our next council meeting, not tonight as originally discussed, and that will be on July 25th. And I want to extend my personal apologies to those who continue to be negatively affected by this delay. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to item 6A and 6B, and I will take this, I will go to the podium.
Whereas the longevity of life is a blessing for an individual and for a community that benefits from the knowledge, creativity, and experiences this individual brings to all, and whereas Torrance resident Mrs. Alice Ruth Hoyt has earned the respect and admiration from the city of Torrance and is honored as a youthful centenarian in our senior community, and
Whereas Mrs. Alice Ruth Hoyt was born in Los Angeles, California in 1921. She was one of two siblings growing up during the Great Depression. Alice attended and studied at the Pratt Institute School of Fine and Applied Arts in New York, and later worked administration in the Panama Canal Zone hospital system during World War II. And
Whereas, after returning to the States, she settled in West Hollywood, where she worked at the West Los Angeles Veterans Hospital and later, in 1952, along with her husband, relocated to the Hollywood Riviera section of Torrance, where they raised their 4 children. And
Whereas, a founding and longtime member of the United Riviera Methodist Church in Redondo Beach, Alice was a choir member and taught several children's choirs. She was involved with putting on programs for the Women's Music Association of Long Beach, which was fundraiser for the music program at Long Beach City College. And
Whereas Alice Ruth Hoyt has always been caring and hardworking, she has seen many challenges over the last century and remains vibrant and hopeful. She enjoys the company of her cat Gypsy and visiting her 7 grandchildren and 13 great-grandchildren.
Now therefore, I, George Chan, Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mrs. Alice Ruth Hoyt at the blessed age of 102 as Centurion of the City of Torrance, and wish her a continued long life, prosperity, and the esteem of the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life. Signed this 11th day of July, 2023. Now, Mrs. Hoyt is actually the second recipient of the Centenarian program since we brought this back in the city of Torrance. So we are so happy. Mrs. Hoyt, would you like to say anything to us?
No, I'm just enjoying the time here with all of my friends and all of you, and it's been very interesting watching what's going on.
Okay. Well, if we're going to present you with, I think this is called a centenarian coin and a proclamation. This is the first time I've seen this coin, so this is a rare coin. So on behalf of the City of Torrance, we want to congratulate you. This one. We're going to have the Commission of Aging. Maybe some of you can come on this side, and we're going to put this proclamation right in front of you. We need a few on this side. We're kind of trying to balance the court a little bit. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, Commission on Aging. Absolutely. Okay. Got it. All right, we're on to item 6B, a proclamation declaring July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Torrance. I'm going to ask the Parks and Rec Commission to come, and the proclamation will be read by the City Council, and then Commissioner Bob Habo and Martin Hoover, and Commissioner Garrett Wright, please come up with us. Go ahead, Councilman Kaji.
Right. Whereas July is National Parks and Recreation Month, parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Torrance, and are fundamental to the environment and well-being of our citizens. And
whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical health of people who live near parks, as spending time in nature positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And
whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And
whereas park and recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And Whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And
Whereas National Parks and Recreation Society's 2023 theme is Where Community Grows, celebrating the vital role of park and recreation professionals play in bringing people together, providing essential services, and fostering the growth of our communities.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2023 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Torrance and urge all residents to recognize the environmental and community wellness benefits derived from enjoying the open space and participating in recreational programs available in the City of Torrance, signed this 11th day of July 2023. All right. Any of you have any words you want to say? No, okay, there's no words from the commissioners, then we will just...
We're good.
There you go.
Yeah, I know, it's for sure.
Congratulations. Thank you, Bob.
Look at it, I get them stuff. Nice.
We're moving on to oral communications 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2 and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. City clerk, do we have folks who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor.
702.
Kathy Sutton.
Okay, I'm Kathy Sutton from Sensory Integration Education and Research Foundation. And I came here tonight to thank you for putting me on your calendar and for me organizing this wonderful event that is coming up in August. So I just want to thank all of you for the support and everything else. Thank you.
Kyle Brubaker.
Hi. I just wanted to quickly say that I'd love to see some more focus on bike infrastructure, safe bike infrastructure, and public transportation in Torrance. I had been able to the last 3 years or so, just because of where I live and where I used to work, bike to work every single day. And, you know, talking about parks and recreation and being able to get out to nature and getting active, I think it'd be great if there were more opportunities to bike between cities. It would, one, help people get out, be more active. Two, reduce wear and tear on roads, saving the city of Torrance money. And I think you all would love to do that. And three, I think it's just a great thing that would show the city is looking towards the future. Thanks.
James Henry.
I'd like to talk about consent calendar item 8C, Community Services Accepted File 2022 Torrance Sister City Association Annual Report and Financial Statement. I'm directing this to Ms. Donna Dunlap, President of the Torrance Sister City Association, and our elected officials. On June 20th, 2023, Ms. Dunlap presented before the honorable body recommendation to approve a grant of $1,500 money out of the general funds to support and maintain the sister city in Japan. During that discussion, Councilperson Richard Lewis filed a motion to increase that amount to $2,000. Then after Ms. Dunlap commented that our sister city in Japan was facing increased expenditures, that motion was voted on and passed unanimously by the City Council.
Sir, your time is up. But we got your paper. Thank you.
William B.
Doing. I'm a concerned citizen here to speak on something I witnessed on the 4th of July at Torrance Beach. Under the guise of public safety and preventing the consumption of alcohol on public property, I believe Torrance PD used tactics that I vehemently am opposed to. One was the use of drone surveillance, and second was the use of checkpoint searches. I witnessed a drone that was pretty much hovering over my body 10 to 15 feet up as I was half naked on the beach, you know, and I felt a little uncomfortable. I find that it's personally wrong as the wholesale surveillance of general public presumes that everybody is guilty and thus deserves monitoring. Can anyone on the city council illuminate me on the legality of public drone surveillance? Additionally, as California is a two-party consent state, were they recording when I was being monitored? As well as the checkpoint searches, can anyone speak on what the search efforts were at Torrance Beach that day? Because
Thank you, sir.
Craig Sheets. Craig Sheets.
Every city council member. Geiger counter. This is going to the fire department, police departments. I have emailed every refinery, one in each state. I'm almost done. 50. Geiger counter. Coastal. On this that you got, Mayor, in front of you, is containers coming in, 2.2 million. Come up Pacific Coast or Long Beach. I guarantee we got one on every site, right next to the oil and the gas. That is not public safety from our tax dollars, folks. We're paying for this, not. As well, I'm going to continue to get really, really hard on it. You've got two documents. One's from the coast inland, one's from the coast to the ocean. I'll be back.
Thank you, sir.
Carol Gillis.
Hi, did you buy your ticket yet? We're going to see Red in August. Torrance Theater Company is putting on Kinky Boots, and we're going to see boots and glitter and men and women in high heels. For those of you who choose to walk with those high heels, that's good. Performances are going to be here at the Armstrong starting August 5th through the 19th. You can either go to the torrancetheatercompany.com website, or you can go to the James Armstrong box office. Purchase your tickets today. We have ticket prices in several different sections, so feel free to choose a section that works for your budget, but don't delay, because these are great. We have a great actors and actresses out there getting ready to perform for us, and it's local. You don't have to go to the Pantages or go to downtown LA. So stay in Torrance and enjoy
Charlie Salinas.
city council, staff, Rebecca. I do think it's time. It's time to paint the utility boxes that are on the sidewalk in the old historic business district of Torrance. It won't have to cost the city any money. Other cities have done fine artwork on them. We have an artist community. We have a high school art program. People would submit a plan of what kind of picture they would like to put on the utility boxes. We could start on Barcelona outside the Wells Fargo side door across from the Torrance, used to be old Torrance Coffee and Tea. And that would be a beginning, and then we could do all the utility boxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila B.
Are you sick of seeing me at this mic every single week? Because I'm certainly sick of being here. And there's a real easy way to fix it. Create a civilian oversight commission of the police department that you refuse to hold accountable. So on Thursday of this week, Black Lives Matter will be turning 10 years old. 10 years of showing up to meetings like this. 10 years of holding the likes of you accountable because you refuse to hold the police accountable. 10 years of making sure that people know that Black Lives Matter and that we're going to continue to scream it from the rooftops until policies are implemented and until our lives are respected and until people like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell have a chance to live and thrive and not die at 23 years old within 15 seconds of Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, and Brian Kawamoto showing up and killing him in a Ralph's parking lot. An only child, as his mother sits there and breathes.
Ma'am, your time is up.
After day, I'm not finished.
Ma'am, your time is up.
The horror that Black people have been embracing and
You are in violation of our rules of order by exceeding the time limit. You are out of order, disrupting our meeting. You are hereby expelled from the Civic Center building. We're going to wait till she leaves. She's expelled from the meeting tonight, out of the building. Yes, the lady in the black who just spoke, she is expelled. That's it. That's the person speaking to me, Sheila. She. She's not allowed to come back tonight. Let's move on.
Sarah B.
So I find it ironic that 30 of your police officers were in a text thread talking about killing Black children. The majority of these police officers are still working here, and now you're talking about having them work at schools. The city council and police chief have refused to hold the department accountable and have refused to do anything about this. They even refused to create a civilian oversight committee and refused to even survey their citizens about creating a civilian oversight committee. They use Senate Bill 2 as an excuse to this, but this is made in ignorance and error for a number of reasons. Number one, Senate Bill 2 is not an all-civilian committee. The decertification committee under Senate Bill 2 encourages local entities like police departments at Torrance to have oversight committees so that they can work with them. Number two, the committee's decision can have a long time to decertify a police officer, allowing killer officers to continue to work in the meantime. Number three, the SB2 decert committee may not choose to decertify a police officer, but local civilian oversight can still discipline.
Your time is up, ma'am. Next person.
Michael H.
police safety with cops in the schools. Before y'all have fired Brian Kawamoto or even established a civilian oversight commission. We will keep showing up. Black Lives Matter is turning 10 years old. This is why Black Lives Matter has to exist, because y'all can't do basic shit. We are standing in solidarity with Sherilyn's family, justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We are demanding the firing of Brian Kawamoto and demanding a creation of a civilian oversight commission. Do y'all's jobs. We're going to keep showing up. As Sarah just said in that report, y'all should have a civilian oversight commission. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, sir.
Marianne?
Next. Marianne is not here.
Gina V?
You know, the reason that we have to come here and talk at public comment about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell is because you never agendize Christopher's murder. You never agendize police accountability. You never agendize the fact that you should be defunding the Torrance Police Department and firing racist cops. I'm heartbroken when I think about Christopher assassinated at 23 years old. Why, Christopher could right now be studying to be a nurse, a doctor. Christopher could right now be studying to be a teacher. Christopher right now could be leading a major organization like Black Lives Matter. Christopher right now could be doing amazing things with his life, but we can only imagine. We can only imagine because of the heartbreak of him being taken from us.
Thank you. Next.
Gina V?
We have
Sorry.
1 more minute left after her.
So I've come here many times and I wear many hats. One of them is I'm on the board of Healthcare for Us. We're an organization committed to passing single-payer health care in the state of California as well as in the country. I bring this up because I had an incident last week when I was driving and there was a car in front of me that wasn't moving out into the intersection. I went around and I could see that this woman who was driving was completely asleep in her car. Completely asleep. I did everything I could to wake this woman up. I was not able to call the police because I don't know what end that would be for her life. I don't know that she wouldn't meet the same end that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell did. Municipalities like this one, all across the country, hoard the resources and give them to the police under the guise of public safety, and you have decimated public health as a result. If there had been somebody else for the grocery store to call when they saw somebody asleep in their
All right, so that's 7:17. So the clerk just informed me that ends our oral communications. So there is an oral communications 2 at the end of the meeting. We are moving on to consent calendar. And at this moment, we're going to pull item 8B as in Baker for the Rose Float item. Are there any other items that the council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilman Kaji.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request item 8C be pulled.
8C?
Yes.
Okay, any other items?
8D and 8 Frank.
8D and 8F. Any other items? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve items on the consent calendar with the exception of 8B, 8C, 8D, and 8F.
I make a motion to approve consent calendar item 8A.
How about 8E?
Oh, I thought 8B was pulled by someone.
No, 8B and 8C, 8D, and 8F. So it's A and E, I think that's what you meant.
Yes, there's only one left to approve item 8A.
8A and 8E as in Edward.
And E as in Edward, sorry.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
We're on to item 8B. Do we have a staff discussion?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Monica Hart, the Cultural Services Manager. On May 18th, the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee approved the 2024 Rose Float design by Jody Chang from West High School. Fiesta Floats took Jody's design and created the rendering that you have in your packets. The president of the Torrance Rose Float Association, Bev Findley, is here, and I'd like to bring her up.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. I just wanted to thank you guys for your support of the Rose Float Association and the design contest we run every year with our high school students. It showcases the ability of the fantastic kids we have in this city, and it's a great pleasure. I want you guys to meet this year's designer, Jody Chen. And I also have a present for you guys from last year's design to be put on display. Picture of our award-winning float. Not that you can hear me. I'll give it to you, John. Yeah. We're very proud of this one, of our float as always, but this one was really a fantastic one. We were in the top 3 awards that are awarded. So that shows you what the ability of the great students in the city of Torrance have. So we look forward to seeing you all at the Rose Parade. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Jody. I believe, Bev, does that mean she gets to ride on the Rose Float
Yes,
float
yes.
next year?
Yes, she does get to ride on the float. And would you like to ride with her?
We will see.
Yeah, because
Thank
we
you.
have 4 other seats available.
Okay, and there's criteria to vote to sit. What's the criteria to sit on the Rose Float? Just want to make sure that you're up front with the requirements. But Jody, you get to ride free, I believe.
Yes, the
Okay, I just
student
wanna
who
make sure
wins
she
the
knows that.
contest gets to ride free. Yeah,
All right,
most
thank you.
definitely.
Thank you.
Thank
Any other comments from the council members?
Oh, they want to.
Jody, do you want to say anything? Oh, hang on. I'm told that I need to come down. Hang on.
Your Honor, would you like your colleagues?
John,
Colleagues?
come on. Yeah. Don't you, Dad? Doesn't she want her dad? Come here. She should, don't you think, Mary Kay? Thank you so much, Ron.
Come on, Dad. Stand next to your daughter.
That's right. You want to stand next to her? That, we can stand it all. We have girl, boy, girl, boy. That's how we run out of girls.
All right. Balance the court. Balance the court.
Well, Tim.
Come and join us. Come and join us. You drove all the way down here just to sit there? I know. Yeah. You can sit next to Councilman Griffith. You get to step up. There you go. You can step up. All right. Thank you for coming.
Oh, you're taller than I am. I know.
He's got to get all these working. Sharon wants it a certain way. Oh, we still have one more camera?
Yeah, the official one.
The official one. Don't tell him that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They called you and.
Thank you, Beth. Congratulations.
Mayor?
Councilman Griffith, you got a comment?
Well, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the conceptual float design for Torrance's float entry in the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Parade for January 1, 2024.
And I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilman Tucci absent.
Thank you. We're going down to item 8C, I believe that's Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Regarding 8C and the Torrance Sister City Association, earlier in the week I had had contact with the finance director and also with Councilman Griffiths, requesting a copy of the group's IRS Form 990. That form is provided by 501c3 or nonprofit organizations upon request. So I believe I'll be following up with the finance department, but I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do anyone else on the council have any questions or comment on item 8C? Councilwoman Lewis.
Are we reviewing 8C just as a review process, or?
It's an accept and file.
Okay, just the accept and file portion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept and file.
Second?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilman Tucci absent.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 8D. I believe that's Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to appreciate the conversation I had with Art, and I just, for public awareness, a couple questions for clarification.
Yes, sir.
If you could please address the need for this repair, and specifically, what's the reason there are a lot of breaking down for these buses? And since we are mandated to have by 2030 electrical buses, what's the plan for this? And a follow-up question on the repair. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Art Estrada, Transit Department. Yes, throughout the life expectancy of a transit bus will require 2 engine replacements, including the original that it comes with. Right around 500,000 miles, it will require the first one. And then probably about 700,000 miles, 750,000, it'll require the second before we retire the vehicle.
Thank you. Clear it up. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, Councilman Shake, do you want to take an motion?
Sure. I make a motion to approve item 8D.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're on item 8F as in Foxtrot. I believe that's Councilman Shakes.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions from our City Assistant Treasurer about the future of investing in funds and what's the strategy since the interest rates are going up and down, and what's your strategy and what time are you thinking on reinvesting, or these are mature, they have not matured, and when are they going to be mature, or you have any plan? If you could please elaborate that.
Good evening, Honorary Mayor, council members. Jasmine Allen, Deputy City Treasurer. Councilmember Shake, yes, funds are available to, additional funds are available to invest later when the market hits higher. We have two types of investments, long-term fixed income instruments and liquid investments such as Life Camp Money Market Sweep Account. We are able to transfer these liquid funds within 24 hours to invest in longer term investments. And currently we have 50 million in these funds. Staff continuously monitors market behavior and rates. We have funds available to lock in for long term up to 5 years, more than 50 million, depending when the market will, we're monitoring and it has not hit at its peak yet.
And at this point, we have invested every single funds available.
All the funds are, yes, all the funds are invested. 50 million are in liquid funds and 225 million are in
It's already
instruments, yes.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to approve item agenda 8F as in Frank.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We like $16.4 million of uppers. Thank you very much. We're on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 9A is an update from the Office of Economic Development, and more detailed information on this presentation is also posted on the Economic Development website at torranceca.gov/business or business.torranceca.gov. Next slide, please. While the Economic Development team is currently preparing our application package for the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation's most business-friendly city, due this Friday, as soon as that is complete, we will be preparing for a doing business event to be held at the Cultural Arts Center in September. At this event, information will be provided in the form of a panel and booths with resources and services to businesses. Information will be shared by the city, the county, and potentially other agencies on how to contract with these agencies. Additionally, the plan is to finish up the event with a Shark Tank type of activity where local small businesses and entrepreneurs can pitch their product or service to city departments. If this pitch activity shows promise, we will plan to replicate on a regular basis, perhaps quarterly or biannually, and/or solicit interest from local businesses to schedule a time to pitch their service or product to the city. Another new priority project being formulated is the Business Recruiter. Staff have been in contact with real estate brokers and other professionals involved in business recruitment in order to solicit their feedback on development of the program. As the program rolls out, we will continue to gauge interest, modifying as needed, and continue to adapt to complement existing efforts to reach out and attract new businesses. Anyone in the community who is interested in learning more is encouraged to call me about this new program. On business development assistance, the team continues to reach out to businesses for visitations and responding to requests for assistance in order to help with business retention. As development continues in the city, the Office of Economic Development assists with welcoming new businesses and helping others find new locations. Next slide, please. Funds were transferred from the COVID-19 Business Assistance Program to cover initial costs of the Commercial Rehabilitation Rebate Program, or Facade Improvement Program, back in September of last year. To date, 10 applications have been received. One project has been approved for $1,000, 2 provisionally accepted for $20,000, 3 are in review, 3 have been denied, and 2 were withdrawn. Projects submitted have included such improvements as facade painting, window and door repair or replacement, awning replacements, as well as trash enclosure construction, parking lot resurfacing, landscaping, and exterior lighting. The picture shown on this slide shows a tour of Pathways to Stem Cell Science, an educational and research business here in Torrance, where the last tech committee meeting was held in May. Representatives from the school district joined the group to share opportunities for businesses to connect with students to increase awareness of STEM-related career opportunities. The next meeting is planned to discuss workforce development and how businesses may collaborate with each other for employee recruitment and retention. As we have experienced here at the city, that's a challenging process, and it's definitely the case for our businesses as well. Additionally, I plan to tap into this valuable resource of the Tech Committee to assist with the Doing Business event. Lastly, for this slide, the update on broadband is that more internet service providers are expanding throughout the city and are interested in where they can find customers. This is a good thing for businesses that are lacking options for service. Additionally, the wireless internet service provider TechWorks will soon be starting their pilot project at Torrance Airport to provide a faster and cheaper option for airport tenants, as well as other businesses in the area surrounding the airport. Next slide, please. Since the last update to Council, the Office of Economic Development has hired Urban Place Consulting to guide a downtown Torrance steering committee in the formation process of a business improvement district. A Bid 101 meeting was held on June 12th to provide general information about business improvement districts, and regular meetings of the steering committee are set for every other Monday at 4 p.m. at 1215 El Prado, the next one being next Monday on the 17th, and interested parties are encouraged to attend, both property owners and business owners, particularly in the downtown area. The bid formation effort, along with improvements in the works for downtown, include additional and refurbished street furniture, string lights to be installed on additional streets, replacement of palm tree planters, potential assistance for improvements to the existing parking structure, and possible reconfiguration of parking in the area, as well as gateway signage. A sneak peek of the design concepts being proposed for the downtown can be seen on the storyboard at business.torranceca.gov. And speaking of signage, thanks to the Public Works Department, as of this week, we have our first city gateway sign installed at Crenshaw and the 405 by George P. Johnson. Unfortunately, I didn't get a picture of it in time to include here in my presentation. And yeah, if you look at the lobby, it looks like that, but drive down Crenshaw, it's going to be prettied up. There's going to be a retaining wall and some landscaping and actual internal lighting to the sign too. So very shortly, it will provide a full welcome to the city of Torrance. In addition to that, 7 more of those signs are scheduled to be installed by the end of August, and then the 7 remaining that we have across the city will be included in an upcoming project. The last item noted here on this slide is the Why Torrance initiative, which is our branding and marketing campaign, which can be found both online via storyboard and in a printed version via the Welcome to Torrance brochure, which I think Councilman Griffiths had shown at another meeting, but it looks like this. Additionally, we're working with Augustine, the PR and marketing firm that works with Discover Torrance, to finalize a pitch deck that can be used both digitally or in print and can be customized for target marketing specific industries or businesses. I'd hope to have that ready to show tonight, but we are still fine-tuning. As soon as it is complete, it will be shared with council and also posted on the business.torranceca.gov site. Next slide, please. The Friendship City program continues to grow with relationships established with the cities of Changhua and Tainan in Taiwan and Hwasong in South Korea. I understand there are plans for mayor and council to visit South Korea after this October's sister city visit to Kashiwa, Japan. And also, while in Japan, there will be a meeting at Honda's headquarters in Tokyo. Additionally, the city team has met with a business group from Armenia, an education group from Taiwan, and has a call scheduled tomorrow morning with a representative from the city of Belfast in Northern Ireland. I also attended an excellent workshop today put on by the Federal Economic Development Administration that featured detailed information and resources related to foreign direct investment from both the federal and state levels. Excited to pursue the opportunities here. In addition to looking beyond our borders, I have been participating in regional events such as the LA Bioscience Ecosystem Summit held at UCLA in May, and the California Association for Local Economic Development annual conference that was held in downtown LA last month. These events help to keep skills up and to connect with other practitioners and businesses interested in finding opportunities in our city. Next slide, please. Local indicators refute the start of a recession or focusing on miserableism, as was mentioned at our CalEd conference. As auto sales continue a slow increase, even with supply still lagging, the number of visitors to our Welcome Center continue to grow, and hotel revenues also keep a steady rise. Del Amo Fashion Center is rapidly adding new tenants and is working with the city to pursue a blanket conditional use permit to expedite openings for new tenants. Much thanks to the folks in the Community Development Department for working so hard to meet customers' needs. Torrance also continues to be an attractive place for filming and is very popular, in particular, for film students. Special events requests are on the rise, and staff are gathering more information in this area to come back to council with a report. Next slide, please. More information on what I shared tonight can be found on the Economic Development website. Again, that's business.torranceca.gov. And additionally, earlier update reports are archived there and are also viewable on the website as well. With that, I thank you very much, and I stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Fran. Are there any comments or questions from the council? I see Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Fulton, thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate what you and your team is doing. I just wanted to go back to the bid for a moment, but also the downtown revitalization plan. And just for the question continues to come up, the amount of money that was spent on the plan itself was actually a grant or was funded by Caltrans. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. And then as far as the bid itself, that is also, just for clarification, a business and property owner project. It's not
a city mandate.
A city mandate in
Correct.
any way.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Chair. Again, thank you, Fran, for your hard work and efforts, and keep in touch with us and the community. You've been very helpful for all the meetings. The question I have about the commercial broker concept, would you elaborate the qualifications, how we're gonna select, and we spoke about that briefly, so for public awareness, if you could please.
Yeah, over the past few years, we have had individuals from the community who have approached us about bringing certain businesses to the city. And I know that the council is interested in us being more aggressive on business attraction. So we will be looking for qualifications, potentially a broker that's licensed within the city, someone who has some kind of professional qualifications, has a past history of working with a public entity. And then actually the proof will be in the pudding. If they're able to bring someone to the city, they will be compensated based on certain criteria as well. So if they bring a business that has more than 100 employees, there's a large sales tax revenue that we can realize, they would be able to benefit from a portion of that. So we'll be kind of putting it out there. We're gathering feedback now from real estate brokers. I imagine it's going to be tweaked as we go along, but we want to put that out there and see what kind of response we get.
Thank you again. Appreciate it. Dan, you want to say something?
No, Councilman. Ms. Fulton did a great job covering it.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, I will make a few comments. First of all, thank you, Fran. I know that since this whole year has been like pedal to the metal, if it was not before. I know the first half of your presentation, I just want to reemphasize for those who really saw what Fran was doing, is a lot of that is taking care of the existing business in the city of Torrance. Business retention, giving them help to make their facade look better. We also are doing business visits, which we do to make sure we provide care for existing businesses. For example, visiting and being invited to the American Honda headquarters this year when they did their stationary hydrogen generation facility. That's another step to developing and honing in and strengthening our business relationship. I talk about Friendship City. You know, you never know what things develop from it. I believe next month, Councilman Sheikh has actually helped us. We're going to get a visit, and we're going to host a visit from the Consul General of Pakistan, I believe. So that's actually on the schedule. When you look at the picture of that show the signing of the Friendship City in Tainan early in March this year, Fran just said we just had a city from Hsinchu, Taiwan, that just visited the city of Torrance. Originally, they were going to stay at another city on their United States visit. After I consulted with our assistant city manager, we convinced this delegation of 17 people to make Torrance their home, and they stayed at DoubleTree since this is July 1 for 11 days, as they went to different places in the county, from Azusa to West Covina to Cerritos. They even took a trip to Houston and came back to DoubleTree, and they just left yesterday. And this was an educational group who wants to dialogue and collaborate with education with our TUSD partners here. The Hsinchu person who actually initiated this trip was someone that I met on my last trip in March in Tainan. He actually went to visit me, and he's from National Tsinghua University in the city of Hsinchu. For those who are not aware, what that means is Hsinchu is like San Jose. It's the Silicon Valley of Taiwan, and that's where all the semiconductor business grew. And Tsinghua University from Hsinchu is the equivalent of our Caltech and MIT. So we're already developing more connections and probability or possibilities of international investments in the city of Torrance. Back in April, when we had a visitor from Taiwan, after he actually coordinated the trip to help me with all the businesses. After that picture where you saw we signed the MOU with the mayor of Tainan, there was a 5-minute pitch by 30 companies on what kind of company, what product they have that are potentially interested in coming into the United States. And not just United States, coming into the city of Torrance. And I believe that in April, Jen actually took us to Ceres Regis so they could see what are the possibilities there, and the Kearney facility here on Prairie. So thank you very much. You know, all these connections are actually already happening within, 3 months. And we don't know what the possibility will grow after we meet the mayor in Hwaseong in October. So thank you very much. As I share, every one of us are ambassadors of our city. And I just want to say thank you very much. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one quick question about the bid. I know we haven't decided whether it's going to be by business-based or property-based, but let's just say there's a business if you went the property route, would they have the opportunity to opt out, or would they have to because it overlays the bid district?
Well, the group will decide if they want to go business-based or property-based, and then once that decision is made, it would affect all of the businesses and properties within that footprint.
That's the property-based one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other councilman click in. Do any members of the public wish to make a comment on item 9A?
James Henry, I haven't heard any discussion about the contract with Urban Place Consulting tonight, and I'd like to have some discussion on that, like how much is the contract and when it's going to expire, and what fund in the city is going to pay for the consulting firm? Gonna have some answers.
Does staff have any responses at the moment?
Certainly. The contract with Urban Place Consulting is for the formation process of the downtown Torrance Business Improvement District. It is being funded through Economic Development Assistance Funds for a not to exceed amount of just over $68,000. And I believe the contract is through 2025, because in the most conservative estimate, if the group decides to go with a property-based business improvement district, you need to wait for a year of the property taxes, so they would still be available for us. However, if the group decides not to proceed with forming a business improvement district, the contract would be terminated and we would only pay for the services rendered to that point.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to make a comment?
I just wanted to ask if those friendship cities know that Torrance's police department has spent over $100 million, sorry, not 100 million, maybe 100 million, $10 million in lawsuits for misconduct, and if they know that Torrance Police Department has had 30 officers that talk about killing people of color. And so yeah, I'd like to know if the friendship cities know that and what their plan is to address that.
That's your comment?
Oh, that's my question.
Go ahead. We'll take the next person.
Mr. Henry asked a question and he received an answer, so I would like to receive an answer as well.
They know that the Torrance, city of Torrance is one of the safest cities in the United States, and they're very happy to be here.
Really?
Okay.
Wow. Okay, then
The
that
next
is,
person?
they know that you're lying then.
If we don't have any, we'll take it back to the council.
You know how to get more PR bits from us.
Hi. Hello. Okay. So my name is Andy Porkchop, and I would like to just say that how I see it on the news and my information, all the companies are getting their ass out of California. So I don't say that these people don't want to come here from Taiwan or whatever, but I don't know how can they make business here when the minimum wage is like $20 now. You know what I mean? And even you cannot afford to pay minimum wages or above most of your workers, of course, not for Mr. Shaparian or not for the fire chief or not for the police chief. They make more than the president of the United States. But I don't know how could I make business here paying $20 minimum wages and $1 million for a tear down house.
Thank you. I don't see any comments. I'll take it up to the, I'll take a motion to accept and file.
I make a motion to accept and file the economic development update.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Fran. Wonderful report. Item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9B is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a fiscal year 2023-24 merit pool of 4% for the executive and management employees in the amount of $636,452.52. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have anyone from the public who wishes to speak?
Good one. This is a good one. I start with 3 seconds less, by the way, every time. I don't know how to do it. Anyway, it doesn't matter because 1 minute is nothing. You know what I mean? So you guys could do it like 30 seconds. It's better. Anyway, so this shows also, to retain the good employees here. You give them 4% and this and that, this merit pool and this and that. Just keep these good employees who brought the city to the merge of bankruptcy. Because let's not forget that. The people who doing this great job and they getting these merit pool payments, they do the very good jobs. Not the bus drivers, not the landscapers out on the street, working $20 an hour. No, the leaders, the one who brought the city to that financial situation what we are in, and you try to get out of it. Give them more raise.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
I'd like to know what the fiscal budget has in store for creating a civilian oversight committee for the police that refuses to hold itself accountable.
We did not budget anything for that. Next speaker.
James Henry, I assume that this money is available out of the SST money that was passed. Is possible because SST passed and that the SST Oversight Committee hasn't even taken place yet for one meeting. So I don't understand how you can do this without some oversight. Thank you.
I think this item on here is already in the adopted budget we approved back in June, I believe, right? Or late May. Yeah.
Not SST money.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to accept item 9B.
I make a motion to approve item 9B.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9C, from Fire, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening. Adam Brown, Assistant Chief in charge of EMS with Fire. Item 9C is the recommendation of the Fire Chief that the City Council accept and file an update on the public access defibrillator program. Currently expenditure of none. Next slide, please. So a program overview. This is a new program for the City of Torrance. We developed this based on an oral council back in January at a council meeting. Next slide, please. The first thing we're going to cover is some of the background, why it's important to have a public access defibrillator program. This isn't new, but it's new to the City of Torrance as far as it being a public access program. Next slide, please. So more than 350,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur each year. Of those, it's a very generous percentage to say that 12% of them actually survive. So there's a very low survivability. But if we were to just simply add an AED, survivability increases significantly. It actually doubles. Then if we throw in a bystander CPR, it can go up an additional 40%. So you can see it's important to have trained staff and the tools readily available. Next slide, please. Some further background. So an AED, it's an automated external defibrillator, and it's used to shock the heart. When your heart goes into a fatal rhythm, there's two rhythms that you can go into that will receive a shock from the machine, and it'll shock it back into a survivable rhythm. So these tools are very simple to use, require minimal training, and ultimately it coaches you through it. So it's automated and it kind of coaches you through it. While the county recommends you have training, a layperson with no training could actually operate the unit. AEDs can be found in popular areas. Some common ones are schools, airports, community centers, etc. The most important thing is When people go into sudden cardiac arrest, they go into a fatal heart rhythm like I had mentioned. The quicker we get the AED on them, deliver a shock, the quicker and their survivability increases. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about locations. When we received the oral item from your honorable body, we started looking at all of city buildings. We soon determined that that probably wouldn't be the best fit for a public access defibrillator program. So we started to narrow it down. Next slide, please. When looking at locations, staff worked with other departments to identify key locations throughout the city. We identified city buildings based on occupancy, use, and then configuration for the best AED locations. When I say occupancy, how many people are going through there? Public and city employees. Building use, what's it used for? Is it for the elderly? Is it for sports? There are certain activities that would obviously have more cardiac arrests associated with them. And then configuration. The building that we're in, I would imagine that you'd want 3 in this building, not just 1, because there's 3 floors. So configuration did have a say in this. Next slide, please. When looking at the locations, we identified 42 throughout the city. These are based on city-owned buildings, so we can control the AED and make sure they're not tampered with. And we can control making sure that they're always in use or always able to be used and then checked regularly. Of the list, you'll see sports and community centers, libraries, fire stations, transportation facilities, and then the City Hall campus. Next slide, please. Sorry for the eye test, but of the locations, we determined that Wi-Fi was going to be very important to the PAD program, Public Access Defibrillator program. Wi-Fi gives us the capability of remote monitoring, which is a bigger factor that I'll discuss later. Of the 42, we'll go to the next slide. Sorry, Jamie. Next slide. Of the 42 locations, 36 locations have Wi-Fi that are feasible. Right? We worked with CIT to do a feasibility test on all of the locations. 36 locations had Wi-Fi. 5 are feasible to receive an access point to deliver Wi-Fi. And then 1 location is not feasible to have an access point installed, meaning we can't have Wi-Fi there, which is Greenwood Park. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about the components of the program and the AED itself. Next slide, please. So all AEDs have similar basic components. You have the unit, you have a power button, battery, pads, audio-visual cues, and a shock button. Those are just some of the basic components. There are 4 overarching bigger companies that have subsidiaries that can offer us AEDs, and we reached out to all of the companies. Next slide, please. When reaching out, we requested several components. So we wanted to know what the cost of the AED was, replacement costs, expected expiration dates of some of the components, the warranty, what they cover, and the lengths of the warranty, remote monitoring, and then some special features, combination pads that would serve both adult and pediatric, CPR feedback given to the user by the AED itself, and then multi-language options, which would be useful if you don't speak English. Next slide, please. We then identified some priority components. When looking at the feedback from the manufacturers, we realized that Wi-Fi remote monitoring would be a huge advantage to have in the program. Another one was the dual-use pads, so we can use it on both pediatric and adults and not require the user to switch out the pads during an emergency. And then real-time feedback. Imagine you're using the AED and it tells you how to use it, but it also tells the CPR person to push harder or faster, and it gives you a metronome to give your compressions to. So the features that staff would prioritize are these, and that's because it would benefit the program significantly and then ultimately increase survivability of the patient. Next slide, please. There were some commonalities between the quotes given back to staff. We received some information such as the AED service life is typically 8 years. The battery service life is 4 to 5 years. Warranty length is 8 years. Wi-Fi is pretty much a standard feature. And then after the emergency, we want to download the information, send it to the receiving hospital, the paramedics, QIQA with our nurse educator and medical director. So we would want to have the data transfer capabilities, which is pretty much standard, either in a USB, Wi-Fi, or a cloud-based format. Next slide, please. Another eye test, I apologize. It looks so much bigger on my computer. So I would say that there are prices on this page. Just to give you a hint. The 6 that were identified, really these are 6 different AEDs. Like I had mentioned, many similar components, but the price at the top goes from anywhere from $959 a unit to $2,277 a unit. Now, that's quite a bit of a difference. However, with the remote monitoring, that was found to be the significant jump in price. There are some companies that don't offer remote monitoring, and then there are some companies that offer remote monitoring for $399 per device per year. Times X amount of devices, we can see that, actually I did the math, and it's going to cost more to remote monitor than to buy the AEDs. So that's going to be a factor when you guys make your decision. Next slide, please. Oversight. So this program is going to have to be reviewed by certain individuals, and it's very important to build out the program correctly. Next slide, please. A program manager is going to be required. It's required by the county. This position would be the liaison between the entities of the PAD program, LA County EMS agency, a physician oversight, and then the on-site employees that would be ultimately using the devices. Looking at our capabilities at the TFD, I think it would just be suitable that we had the program manager within the TFD to monitor the AEDs. It's something that we regularly do on all of our apparatus. We would commonly work with LA County EMS agency. We'd be the ones who would be reporting some of the required documentation. We work with Dr. Cohen, who provides medical director duties for our EMS program. And then we work with the on-site employees, ensuring that they're correctly trained and coordinating that the AEDs stay up to in good use, ready for good use. Next slide, please. Like I said, we do have to report these things. It's something that is required by the county. Reporting will be required when we implement the program. We have to identify the site location, any changes to the program, anytime that we use the AED and the post-event sent to the county, and then annual reports sent to the county as well. Next slide, please. When we have the AEDs at each site, we're going to have regular checks, and that's, again, another huge emphasis on the remote monitoring component, because it wouldn't require each location to have an individual go out and check the AED itself. So we're going to want to check, again, I'm not going to go through this whole slide, but there are regular checks. The TFD checks our AEDs every day. The county requires, the state requires one check every 30 days. Yet with a remote monitoring system, we can do that remotely, and it does a self-check and sends a report to one computer where one person can see the status. Next slide, please. The California Health and Safety Code requires that expected AED users complete a training course in CPR and AED use, and we've already started this, working with risk management. We've already had approximately 130 employees undergo CPR, AED, and first aid training by a third-party vendor. This also includes a stop-the-bleed training. Of the 200 employees expected to receive the training based on OSHA and job duty requirements, we're pretty much almost there. I think there's a few more sessions in August, and everyone will be trained up for they'll be certified for 2 years. So that'll be good when we implement the program. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I never said next slide. Next slide again. Sorry, Jamie. And one more. Okay, thank you. So staff recommends a few things. We're going to recommend that 50 AEDs be purchased for the PAD program, placing the 42 in the locations mentioned previously. And then that gives us a little bit of a flexibility with the additional units. We can use those for training, backup units, program expansion, and then versatility during larger events. Next slide, please. reiterating some of the priorities we'd like to see within the program is remote monitoring services, dual-use pads, and real-time feedback given to the user by the AED. Next slide, please. And then finally, this had an expenditure of nothing because we haven't really, we need some more direction from your honorable body. We're expected to be submitting to receive Measure B funding through the county. That's coming up. So at this time, staff would like to hear your honorable body's feedback and any direction, questions, concerns you may have. I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councilwoman Lewis has clicked in.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I want to thank you for bringing this item forward. This is something that Council Member Matucci and I discussed right after NFL player DeMar Hamilton suffered his cardiac arrest during a game back in January. And it really did capture the importance of CPR training and the accessibility to AEDs. And oddly enough, we both had a meeting the next day and go, we're going to ask for AEDs. So we appreciate you bringing this forward. A question that I have for you is there any plans in the future to possibly sponsor a community event on high-quality CPR, choking, and the proper use of an AED?
That's a great question, ma'am. So I think that we're constantly trying to expand the way that we reach out to the community. We have identified that public safety is a top priority for our community members. We already do sidewalk CPR. We would love to increase the amount of awareness and knowledge that we can give to the public. We've mocked up some ideas with utilizing the My Torrance app that would allow them to do training just on their phone because that goes a long way. Beyond that, we can expand our sidewalk CPR or hands-only CPR even further. It's something that we can look into and get back to you on the specifics of. I think that as more events come up, there's more push from the county and the state to support these programs. I think it'd be easier for the fire department to go ahead with that initiative.
Thank you. I think that it would be a wonderful opportunity for our community to learn. And Torrance is already so fortunate to have two high-quality medical facilities in such close proximity. But, you know, it's the first couple of minutes that count, and I think that would be a wonderful community engagement opportunity. But thank you for the update.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Just one question on that. We're going to purchase about 50 of AEDs, right? And we have identified about 42 locations.
Yes, sir.
So where are we going to put the rest 8? Are we identified any of those locations?
So we initially started with 39, and talking to some of the other departments, they identified some locations that other staff hadn't thought of. Immediately, I can see us, based on Wi-Fi, based on the user recommendations, because ultimately the employees that are in and around the AEDs are going to be the biggest advocates for where they're going to be located. And if we identify that maybe this building doesn't need 3, but it needs 5, it would give us that flexibility to include it all in once. So we have the flexibility to add more units. We can also implement these during larger scale events where Armed Forces Day Parade, we cut the city in half and we create north of Torrance and south of Torrance, right? So we would have that flexibility to have it along the parade route, maybe in the Sleepy Hollow area during the Christmas lights. If access is a concern, we have the flexibility of placing those in those locations. And then we also have the flexibility of, if we use a unit, we have one readily available to replace it if something were to happen. And then we have it for staff so that we can go over with training and whatnot. Hopefully that answers your question.
You did. Thank you. That's a great answer. Thank you.
I don't see any other council member click in, but I do have some myself.
Yes, sir.
So stand ready. Can we go to that page, Jamie, that has like 6, I guess, brands or types of AEDs? And Chief, I'm assuming that we have AEDs already in maybe fire department or some parts of the city already. Would
Yes,
that
sir.
be correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a mixed bagger of them, or
Yes, sir.
we already committed to a certain type?
We haven't committed to any type.
Well, I mean, for the ones that we already use, that's what I'm saying. For example, does fire department have AEDs?
We do have AEDs and we have monitor defibrillators. So AEDs are unable to show you the rhythm of the heart. Our monitors, defibrillators, those are more advanced. Our AEDs are kept on basic life support units, Battalion 91, any of our ambulances. Those have the AEDs on them. And our units with paramedics, those have our monitor defibrillators that have more capabilities.
And what are those up there?
Those are 6 different types of AEDs.
Okay. And is this item addressing AEDs or the other one? Or is it the other more data one?
This item is only for AEDs. The monitor defibrillators are significantly more expensive. They're the ones that the paramedics carry in. We put all the sticky leads on you. This one is just 2 pads. It keeps it very simple for the user, and it's going to be a lot more compact and
So
lightweight.
do we use one of those up there today already?
The city of Torrance uses several of those up there. They may be older models, but through public general services, community services, PD, and fire, we have several types.
Okay. I guess I was just wondering, sounds like we're in the process of, how to pick them. We're not going to tell you because I was going to say, each of the types that we've purchased so far, there's probably a reason that we determine which one to pick.
Your Honor, Adam Schwartz, City Manager, I believe we also received some grants in the past to purchase, or unless they came through, Chief, by one of our hospitals.
Yeah, Your Honor, David Dumay, Fire Chief. Torrance Memorial has been a champion in the AED program for a long time, and they've been donating AEDs to majority of the city and to the TUSD. But they're pulling back on their program, so that's why we have to go down a different route, because they're just the only agency in town that's been supporting the AEDs throughout these years. I know the police chief and their team have AEDs, which are totally separate, but we're trying to find something that's best suited for, like Chief Brown stated, that'll have more of a rounded use for the city and what we're looking at here today.
Okay. So the ones that we already have these regular, I call it monthly checks already, so we sort of have an idea. It's almost like, I think you do regular checkups on even fire extinguishers, right? I mean, is it similar to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Each department may operate a little bit differently as far as how they check it. I know that fire checks them on a daily basis. When it comes to interoperability with certain manufacturers, they make adapters that would be able to work, from several different AEDs and connect into our larger, more advanced Zoll defibrillator. So we have flexibility there, and because this is a new program, departments have started their own initiatives to have more flexibility and provide first aid for the community members. They've done that, and we would be able to build them into the program as their expires. So this is a growing program that could incorporate the AEDs that are already here once they expire.
Right. So I'm just wondering if we look out in the future, would it be practical to at least use one types? I mean, I guess in my head I'm thinking about if we're all on one type, then sometimes when you have a shortage of something, you can actually help them with spare parts and things like that, so that you don't carry so many spare parts of 6 different models when we have them all over. But it depends on how it makes sense. Then I did the math on some of these. The one that has that page right there. Some of them says $399 per device per year, and then 2 of them says $730 and doesn't have anything behind it. Does that mean that the $730 in the row that says remote monitoring should be $730 per device per year, or it's just $730?
It's just $730 for how many ever AEDs you'd like to add to the remote monitoring. That's why I said that the price of the AED is different, but the significant difference is in the remote monitoring price.
Yeah.
It's $730 for just all remote monitoring, no matter how many AEDs you put under this under the umbrella.
Right.
And then there's some that are $399 per unit per year.
Yeah, I just did the math. 399 times 50, that's about 19K additional per year.
Yes, sir.
Right, for 50. So
yes, sir.
It changes the number. And then the other thing we're looking at funding is, like you're saying, Measure B or something like that. That's just the initial purchase, there's probably some kind of recurring costs to maintain this. Maybe when you bring this back in the future, take a look at what's most practical in terms of overall. You know, a lot of times, like buying a car, people think about saving only for the initial purchase. They forget that for 10 years of maintenance is actually probably more than the cost of the car itself.
That's a great point, Mr. Mayor. So looking at an AED, it only lasts for 8 years. The big cost is going to be at approximately the 4-year mark when all of our, the pads are going to expire and possibly the batteries. So then I included in there the battery and pad replacement costs. So we can take a look at that. There's just so many variables here. It's never apples to apples when I talk to the vendor. So that would be something that we'd have to consider because it's not a one-time purchase good for 8 years.
Right, and then it sounds like we're gonna have a new position. That's I'll call it the AED program manager.
It would, go ahead, sir. It would be overseen by an existing position.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Things are the questions I have. You know, I think every life we need to think about, you know, what's the best way to address it. It's like the football player in the field. I think that with so many models, there's probably a lot of things that you guys probably know better than we do. You know, this initial purchase, maintenance, upkeep, and where it's practical. I think I'm let Councilman Kaji ask the next question.
Sir.
Thank you. Under oversight, LA County EMS agency is listed. Does that fall under the County of Los Angeles Health Department?
Department of Health Services, yes, sir.
Health Services, all right. That's it, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see any other councilman click in. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? I think it's 1 minute.
Yeah. My name's Tim Beck. I run Research and Technical Services Company here in Torrance. My question is, let's say you're at the beach, like Torrance Beach. These defibrillators are going to be in 42 Torrance-owned buildings, is what I'm seeing. Hey, why not, eventually everything may come by drone. If we get a light unit, maybe if you're on Torrance Beach and you 911 and we send a defib out, but with the drone, or my feeling is that it's great to have a heart attack in a Torrance-owned building, but you know that's great for employees, but for the public at large, it'd be nice to have one in some supermarkets that would cooperate, and some other, like Costco or something like that, even though it's not a Torrance-owned building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, probably in the future, it'll be an app with some attachments. Go ahead, next.
I was wondering if the chief has a position on whether Torrance Fire Department wants to follow the lead of so many others in providing public education on use of Narcan and supplying the general public with Narcan to save lives of people that so often die of fentanyl overdose and an opioid overdose.
I think those are already being considered from our public safety departments already as part of one of the funding requests we had in the past.
Yes, Your Honor. We have, in conjunction with the County of Los Angeles EMS agency, a stay-at-home Narcan program. When we find that we have individuals that are suspected of or have had overdoses of suspected opiates, we have the ability to leave Narcan at home for them.
Okay. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? I'll come back to you, Councilman Lewis, after we finish the public.
Hello, this is Porchak again. You are assuming everybody wants to survive or wants to live, because if you ask me, I tell anybody, do not resuscitate. You know, I have enough brain damage. I'm screwed up in the head already. I don't need 5 minutes without air. I don't need to be survive after I get a stroke or a heart attack. Let me die. In God we trust. If the Lord calls me, I go. You know? So I don't know why do you need this. And what if you make me survive an attack, and I end up in the hospital with a $150,000 bill, or more screwed up as I'm already is. You know, but I know it's a done deal, and there is no expenditure except 50 times 3,000, you know, and all the additional cost. A firefighter should put out the fire.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Thank you for making your decision public. Sir, the one that's yelling, that whole group of four is ejected from the city building. If you continue to disrupt, they are not allowed to return, all four of them. Please close the door after they exit the chambers. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Sergeant Arns, please close the door. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Sorry, Chief.
I want to address Andy's concerns about like high medical bills. Support Medicare for all, CalCare. Nobody should have to die because they can't pay their medical bills. If you can't, so it's good to have AEDs. AEDs do increase the likelihood that you could survive a heart attack, but maybe having a Medicare for all can help prevent heart disease, so we don't have to use the AEDs as much. But yeah, we need those AEDs. You just never know.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
Hi, y'all. I was listening at home, so I'm up to speed on this. Hello? Okay. I was listening at home, so I just got here, but I know what you're talking about, and I want to say that I'm in favor of it. I would love to be able to watch and take the course, and if that's ever possible. And like I said, last meeting, I had to call 911 a few weeks ago, and our fire department, our ambulance, our paramedics, they were great, and I just think it would be a great addition. And that's pretty much it. But what about the schools, like the high schools? Do we have any that are going to the high schools for the students that are playing football, soccer? You know, they're out in the hot sun. Might be better to have some there. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Okay, I'll bring it back up. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor alluded to earlier that there may be an app. There actually is an app. It's called Pulse Point, and it's probably about in its 10th year, I believe, and it has a little over 120,000 locations of current AEDs that are available. You can download it. It's backed by the American Heart Association, and all you have to do is just bring it up, and it tells you exactly where an AED is located closest to you. And I think back to the point about the AEDs in schools, although we don't have any control over the Torrance Unified School District, they do have AEDs in their buildings at several locations.
Actually, what I was thinking of, Councilman Lewis, was almost like your earbuds wireless, that you can have an AED that's an actual AED, not just a location.
Oh, kind of like your Apple Watch. Okay,
I'm trying to give the business community a hint of a new product.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I thought I mistook you. I thought you were talking about AED locations.
Yeah, then almost everybody could have an AED.
Right. But if any community member wants to have a quick resource to go to, it's called Pulse Point, and it tells you where all the AEDs are located, pretty much across the country. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He's not looking at the web right now. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say private companies do own AEDs in their facilities. To answer a gentleman's question, there are a lot of corporations, they have those AEDs inside the facilities. So this is only for the public, for our buildings that we own. But there are a lot of corporations, they own their own ADCs as well. Thank you.
All right, I think all the comments and questions are complete. I think this is, you're looking for guidance. I'm in favor of it. I would say, go on to continue making progress for the next step till you're ready with the recommendation. Any of my colleagues had any comments on this?
I have a motion, Mayor.
Okay.
If we're ready, I'd like to motion to concur with the recommendation of the fire chief and accept and file the update.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a company who developed the app. Okay. We're on item 9. That was 9C, right? So we're on 9D. Public Works, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Chris Gubert, Public Works. There is no presentation tonight. Item 9D is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt a resolution to enter into an amended and restated joint powers agreement with the Los Angeles Regional Agency and author the City Manager to execute the amended and restated joint powers agreement with the Los Angeles Area Integrated Waste Management Authority. On November 19, 2002, City Council approved the joint powers agreement with the City of Los Angeles, establishing the Los Angeles Area Integrated Waste Management Authority, also known as the Los Angeles Regional Agency, or LARA. LARA is a consortium of 18 member cities located throughout Los Angeles County, including the City of Torrance, which serves as a regional agency whose mission is to promote environmental responsibility and compliance with state-mandated recycling under AB 939. Benefits of LARA membership are consolidated reporting on behalf of member cities as required by the Model Source Reduction and Recycling Element Guidelines, share costs and conduct new regional level base year studies as needed, a unified voice on issues and concerns faced by each member, and waste diversion and disposal rates are average across all member cities, which balances fluctuations and eliminates confusion about jurisdictional boundaries or changes in the disposal reporting system. LARA compiles and files the annual waste diversion report on behalf of its member cities to the California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery, as required under several state laws. With passage of SB 1383, LARA is now required to report on organics recycling from all residential and commercial accounts. As such, LARA has amended and restated the existing JPA to accommodate the necessary changes in reporting on behalf of its member cities. Stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak?
Hi, I'm Andy Porchop, and you are not. I see only 18 cities who joined this thing, I don't know the rest of them, because I like sanitation, you know what I mean? But America smells better than any other country. I guarantee you that when I came here, that was the first thing I noticed. But I don't understand this new thing with this organic waste recycling thing. What happened to the garbage disposal? They become illegal. So I don't know why is it a problem. Or if it's a problem, you don't want to go to the sewer, do like Las Vegas. People don't know what happened with the leftover food, all the city officials go there, have parties and banquets and whatever, they get together and all the leftover food. You know what they have in Las Vegas? Pigs. They have pigs and eat the leftover. That's the cheapest thing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? If not, we'll bring it back to the council. Someone want to make a motion? Can I get a number and title, please, first?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-75, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving an amendment to the joint powers agreement with the Los Angeles Regional Agency.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-75.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're on to item 9E from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kimberly Moss, and I'm a management aide in the City Manager's Office. This evening, I'm here to present item 9E. City Manager, consider adoption of resolution urging Los Angeles County, State, and Department of Justice to investigate lack of health equities in the Japanese community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Expenditure none. In response to an oral request by Councilmember Kaji with concurrence of City Council to consider the adoption of a resolution urging Los Angeles County, State, and Department of Justice to investigate a lack of health equities in the Japanese community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Lewis clicked in. Go ahead.
On this item, I just want to disclose that I attended a meeting on Sunday in Gardena regarding this subject so I could learn more about it. I was not a participant in any of the meetings, and the things that I hear here tonight will go toward my decision on this.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I also like to disclose that I also attended the meeting hosted by the church, and it was just information purposes, but my decision will be based on the material provided to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members wish to speak? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the concurrence of my colleagues to bring this item before the council. I think the proclamation is self-explanatory, and while it's focused on the operations during the COVID pandemic of 3 facilities under a single management, which resulted in a extraordinarily high number of deaths due to COVID, it does not by no means exclude the experience that all of us went through during the pandemic, which impacted people throughout the globe. But in focusing on this particular facility under this particular management, I think it is by no means, or it is important that we do highlight what the experience at one facility was, so that we understand that those conditions should never be replicated at any other facility, whether it's in Torrance, Los Angeles County, or any other facility in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members wish to speak? If not, I'll ask the public. It looks like there's a list of people who spoke. I'll let the city clerk call you up. So the city clerk will call you by name because you fill in your cards. Go ahead.
Tracy Imamura.
She's going to take Tracy.
I am Tracy. What? So, I support this resolution calling for an investigation of the negligent nursing homes for Japanese American elders. But you need to call for bilingual, bicultural care and health care for elders to address inequities in health care. It's too much. And if you care about elders so much, then support the tenants at Skyline Mobile Home and make a rent stabilization ordinance so all seniors can have affordable housing in Torrance. If safety is your priority, then fire Brian Kawamoto, who is involved in the death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and form a civilian-led police oversight committee. Celebrate all your residents, including LGBTQ+ citizens, because they're born this way. They didn't choose this. You can choose your politics, and you can choose your religion. So, we're not your model minority. Demilitarize police at school. Black Lives Matter, and support.
Your time is up.
David Monkawa.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Kaji, for putting this item on the agenda. My name is David. I'm co-chair of Save Our Seniors Network. As you know, we want the deadliest nursing home in California investigated. 115 deaths the deadliest nursing home in California. Even by April 29th of 2021, 230 cases, 105 deaths for a 45% mortality rate. Just to give you some perspective, at the highest point of the surge of the COVID epidemic in the winter of 2020 and 2021, 8% was the highest mortality rate. Here we have 45%. After all was said and done, 503 cases, 115 deaths for 23% death rate, mortality rate. None close, not even close anywhere. As you know, many Japanese and Japanese Americans live in Torrance.
Sir, I apologize, your time is up. We got the message. Thank you, sir.
Mitchell Matsuma?
Michu
I'm
Matsumura.
Mitchell, and I'm with Save Our Seniors, but let me continue with David Moncalas. At the Silverado senior home, there was 14 deaths, okay? And then the DA is going to prosecute. He wants to make it a case. Okay, at the KILA facility, Japanese home in Boyle Heights, 115 deaths. So, you know, that's why we want this investigated. But just to give you a little bit of history, okay, in 2015, the home was sold from a public facility to a for-profit facility. 5 years went by, and they closed one home, okay, and they evicted 90 Japanese Americans, okay, and then in 2020, the COVID started, and that's when the deaths happened. So we want an investigation. It's really important to us. I have parents that were in the Japanese American concentration camps, and we've been through too much, and so we ask you to pass this resolution. Thank you, John Cotton.
Thank you, sir. Next person.
Thank you very much for
Is that
this
Shiggy?
opportunity. Two things I want to add to what my colleagues told, spoke. One is that pandemic is whether it's going to come or not, when it's going to come. And two is saying Japanese, but Japanese, the word we're using here is Japanese Americans. I'm from Japan, so I'm with bad guys, but I don't want you to mix up with the Japanese word. It's Japanese American. But these people died, including many other ethnic as well, including Hispanic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we have the next person.
Hi, my name is Atsuko Fukunaga, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. KI, which was originally Cato, was for the elders primarily of Japanese ancestry. And these were people that gave a lot. Fortunately, my parents did not have to go there, but I have friends that are there, and it's a shame that it's changed once they sold it from the private institution to to Pacifica. And I think our current vice president may have had a lot to do with that. But in any event, we need to have some sort of accountability, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Just want to say all of us are Torrance residents except me.
Understand, sir.
Everyone else is Torrance resident.
Sir, yeah.
Justice for DeAndre Mitchell. And we
Sir,
vote
you
for-
already spoke. You already spoke. We gotta let someone else speak, sir. Understand. We do that with everyone, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
Hi. I'm nursing centers. If you really want to investigate one, I would say Driftwood over here, that's in our city. My mom went in there with a fractured rib and a fractured pelvis, and in 4 days, she was in severe respiratory distress, had to be put on a ventilator to save her, and that's not right. And that's a dirty facility, I'm telling you right now. They gave me a tour, it's supposed to be a 5-star. They showed me one area. When we put my mom in there, it's a completely different area. 4 days. And she went into such respiratory distress. We had to intubate her for a week. Driftwood. 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 They're dirty.
Anyone else who has not spoken on this item in the public wish to speak?
Okay, this is Porchop again. I just want to tell people, you know, if you have elderly, take care of themselves, because not just this one, not just this Japanese or whatever, but I think they are all disgusting, you know. People shouldn't end up in these nursing homes. They look great from the outside, but they are really bad from the inside. And I had bad experience, you know, with them, and they called the cops on me, by the way. So, and you know, it's just really disgusting what they do with the elderly, and you know, not Japanese, not this, not that, just any. You know, people shouldn't let their loved ones end up in a facility like that. It's rigged. The doctors are rigged. The workers are rigged. Everything is rigged.
Okay, I think we'll bring this back up to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first thank Councilman Kaji for his efforts in bringing awareness to this situation. In my profession of honoring and celebrating lives that are lost, the years 2020, 2021, and 2022 were unimaginable in my industry, especially in which I serve. My heart goes out to the residents of the Hero Senior Facilities in Boylan Heights, Lincoln Heights, and Gardena. I pray for the peace and comfort of all of you that only have the memories of your loved ones right now. But I would be inconsiderate to not think of all of the lives lost, over 1 million people in the United States, and the lives lost in the senior citizens within our own city. So I want to just take a moment to think about them as we discuss this. And there were other people too that were challenged with health, even if they didn't have COVID, by the unthinkable, overworked, short of staff situation in the hospitals and all of the care centers around the world, actually. So although I will support this, I don't want to forget the people within our own city that lost their loved ones as well due to this just terrible, terrible disease. I don't know what else to say. Thank you for listening. Oh, I did have a question, however. It's my understanding that Assemblyman Al Marsucci has written a letter about an investigation about this issue. Is that correct? Does anybody know?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, and also Senator Ted Lieu. And forgive me. That was my mistake. I'm a little bit emotional about this issue. So I actually would prefer a letter of support to what's already happening, in my opinion, at the right level. But I just want to make it clear I'm supportive of an investigation regarding this tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really deeply want to thank Councilman Kaji to bring this resolution. A very important resolution. I took personal interest, and that's the reason I went to the Gardena Baptist Church to understand and hear the stories, the heart-wrenching stories that were shared with the community. It's definitely something that, as a community, as the leaders of this community, we need investigation. I'm 100% on the side of investigation. And every death that falls into this category, regardless of the death for Japanese American, African American, South Asian, any community member that fall into this category to require the same treatment that all Japanese they're asking here. I not only want to express that we need to not limit one category, one community, but we should change the resolution and add every single person that fall into this category, and not only limit our investigation to those specific facilities that has been described in this resolution, but we need to investigate all the facility within the city of Torrance. There are a lot of information, a lot of gathering or support is needed for this community, regardless of your ethnicity. I also know that Congressman Ted Lieu, Maxine Waters, Almer Suchi, and a lot of other leaders, they have sent a support for investigation. And I also want to request to every single council member here to send letter of support for this investigation, but do not limit to only one community. I'd like to bring this item back with change in the wording that should represent everybody. As leaders, we need to unify people, and if we just limit that to one community, that may give a wrong message to the other communities, like Councilwoman Kalani is saying. And it is very critical that we, as leaders, we give a message of unity to every community here. They all require investigation as one community that we addressing here. So I would request my colleague to bring this item back with the change in wording, expand investigation for Torrance facilities as well, as one of the speakers mentioned earlier. And again, it will not justify if we just request for only one community. And again, I took interest to attend the Gardena Baptist Church. 100% agree that we need to expand, we need to support that investigation, but let's include all community, all deaths that fall into this category. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. I think that we are moving away from the original scope of what this item has asked for. I think for the city council to ask for us to use manpower and resources to investigate things that are out of our scope probably isn't what we should be discussing here tonight. So I'm going to try to bring it back to this item, and in doing so, and before I move on, I want to say I agree 100% with everything council members Kaylani and Sheikh have said, for the exception of bringing it back. I think this is something that we can probably deal with tonight. My question is actually going to go out to City Attorney Sullivan. Just, you and I have had this conversation earlier, but just for public awareness, could you please explain the difference between a letter of support that's signed by the entire council and a resolution?
In legal terms, there really isn't one. The one, a resolution obviously is more formal. It's adopted by the city council by a vote in front of the public. a letter of support could be recommended by the council by a vote, and then the council could sign it separately, but they're essentially one and the same. The resolution would be to, as it states here, requesting an investigation, both by, the state and the Department of Justice in LA County. The letter could do the same. It's really up to the discretion of the council of how they like to proceed.
And neither one would have more impact than the other. I mean, a formal letter signed by the entire city council, and a resolution, it effectively does the same thing that says we are in support of an investigation of this particular, incident. And though Council, Member Kaylani could not have said it any better, there were a lot of tragedies, there were a lot of loss, that affected everyone in the Torrance community. But I just want to bring this back to the scope of what this item is.
Both would be expressing the council's desire. Obviously, the agencies that receive them can do with them as they see fit. They could act upon them or choose not to act upon them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess for me, a letter of support of the actions that are already in place was I thought was a thought. I thought was a thought. Thank you. And those were the actions of Lou and Mayor Suchi.
At this moment, I'm going to ask the city clerk for number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-76, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, urging Los Angeles County, State, and Department of Justice to investigate the lack of health equities in the Japanese community during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Councilman Kaji, did you want to speak first, or is that for a motion? I just saw you clicked in.
I'd like to speak.
Okay, we'll just hang tight with that resolution. Go ahead, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like to thank my colleague, Councilman Sheikh, for his comments. We have had opportunity to speak prior to this meeting tonight, and I do appreciate his thoughts on widening an investigation to include other facilities here in the city of Torrance, and I would support that. However, for purposes of tonight and this particular resolution, I think it's important to maintain a focus on the specific facility, which in which the experience far exceeds that of any facility, whether in the city of Torrance, LA County, or the state of California. So I would like to suggest that I'd be open to a follow-on resolution, perhaps at a future meeting, in which we could focus on the facilities here in the city of Torrance, which would not be exclusive to any particular group, but to cover everyone and all facilities here in the city. So I'd like to recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Councilman Sheikh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, thank you, Councilman Kaji. Thank you for understanding the sentiments on this. And like I said, as the leaders, we need to make sure that we include everyone. Equity and inclusiveness is important. So, I understand that you want to focus today for this item, but I'd like to make a motion that if we can bring this item back with carving in a way to include facilities within the city of Torrance and not limiting to one certain community, and possibly send a letter of support by each council. That'll be my motion.
Councilman Sheikh, let me make a recommendation here. Let's keep this item separate as itself, and then with concurrence of my colleagues here, we could bring another item back that will address all the areas that cover all the community. And then still we could put closure on this one.
I appreciate
you'll still get the intent. At least we don't have to leave this hanging tonight.
I think it's one of those things, you want to do something, do it right the first time. So my request is that why not to give the clear message to the community and include everything in one shot. So that's my motion. Let's see how does that go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? Councilwoman Lewis.
I'm sorry. I know there is a motion on the floor, but I do have an additional question because I'm a little bit confused. So, Councilmember Shake, I believe, if I understand it correctly, wants us to move this to a future meeting in order to include all of the facilities in Torrance, which was not the original scope of the item. Councilmember Kaji wants to do this item, move it forward, and then do a follow-on resolution to include the rest of the facilities that are actually in Torrance for a similar investigation. And then the third issue, if I'm correct, is possibly not a resolution, but a formal letter signed by all the city council members, which I think, if I heard correctly, by City Attorney Sullivan, wouldn't make a difference because it's basically the same thing. Am I correct about that, Mr. Sullivan?
Like I said, it's just really kind of the formality of it, and then it really depends on how the other agencies are going to take it, whether they actually choose to take action on it or not.
Okay, so I think maybe perhaps we do this and then do council concurrence for bringing back a follow-on resolution that covers the rest of Torrance, if that's what we decide to do, and then make the determination of what we're going to do tonight on this item. I see everybody's clicked in.
I think you said what I said.
Yes.
So, but looks like we have a hanging motion, so Councilman Griffiths?
I wasn't going to change the motion or second it. I just did want to chime in. I understand where Councilman Shake's coming from. I understand where Councilman Kaji's coming from. We as a council need to focus our representation not just on a select group, or in some cases on organizations that are outside of our own city. I don't have a problem with this resolution at all, and it's certainly what happened there is bad, but there was also a lot of bad things that happened similarly in our city, and I think we do need to, if we're going to do this at all, we need to cover that as well. And so I think Councilmember Kaji's suggestion of if we agree to support this resolution, let's support it, and let's come back with another resolution that supports the city of Torrance's care facilities for an equal investigation into problems that they have. And now we're being completely inclusive and not picking on any particular group, city, or area. And I think that would be the direction I would support.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis, did you have some more, or this is an old one? Okay, I'll remove you. Councilwoman Kalani, did you still have a new comment? You clicked
Maybe
in.
not new, expanded.
Okay.
Expanded, it might not be new. And I just want to reemphasize that I feel very comfortable. I am in support of this, but I feel comfortable in a letter of support to what's already in place with Mayor Succi and Lou. And I would like to come back with a all-inclusive resolution as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, I think I see a commonality coming in. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the point I'm trying to make is that if we have one resolution with one community, or if we have a letter of support or a second resolution with everyone included, this distinction will be very clear that everything is included, including the community, Japanese American, that we want to include today. So I don't understand why can't we just support the one that include everybody rather than including one today? If Councilman Kaji or someone can help me understand, please, thanks.
Councilman Kaji?
Yes. First of all, to establish a local nexus here in the city of Torrance, a number of residents from the city of Torrance and families who reside in the city of Torrance over the years have been strong supporters of this particular senior care facility, which has 50 years of history, even though it was sold from a nonprofit organization to a for-profit about back in 2015 or 2016. But I do think it's important, given the tragedies, and I'm not discounting any other deaths that have occurred here in the United States. However, in specifically for this community, which over the course of years has been victimized, both during World War II, in which they saw as a group had their civil rights suspended and violated, and lost properties, homes, businesses, and had to, since then, have had to overcome the trauma of being in prison. That makes this special. That makes this distinct. And I believe for this particular group that has already suffered group trauma going back 80 plus years. That's why I wanted to bring this item forward, because I think it rises to a level unlike any other facilities in the state of California. That makes this a special case. So while I have said before, there's been tragedy throughout the country, tragedy throughout the globe. And yet, why, in this instance, was this facility, which housed primarily Japanese Americans, why were those seniors subjected to exposure to COVID? Because the doors were open, because the for-profit operator decided that in order to fill those beds and generate revenue, they were going to simply bring in COVID positive patients, and without any healthcare protocols or protections in place to protect the other residents. That's what makes this a tragedy. And that's why it's my belief and the feelings of others that this merits investigation at both the county, the state, and the federal level to find out what caused this failure and why was this group traumatized and victimized for a second time at a facility that was entrusted to take care of seniors. Why? So while I'm not, once again, I'm going to emphasize, there's been pain globally, there's been pain here locally, and yet that's why I'm highlighting the experience at this facility. So while I do appreciate, and I do, as I said before, I would support a wider focus in a separate resolution that focuses here on the city of Torrance and includes everybody. I believe that to modify this at this point, I think would dissipate and lose the power behind the support by the city council to direct those in higher offices to investigate this thoroughly. So for that reason, I would not be open to modifying this resolution as it stands, but I would fully support a resolution that is inclusive. So I just want to make that statement clear, and with all due respect to my colleague, I wanted to stipulate that for the council, also for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification and explanation. Councilwoman Lewis.
I learned a lot by going to the community meeting and hearing everyone and understanding better the concept. What I want to make sure that we're not doing is building a wall around the community where we have different groups who feel that we're favoring one group over another. And I know that that's not the intent here. I've heard from several of our council members that that some would be more comfortable in taking the existing language that we have in the resolution and transferring it over to a formal letter that's signed by the entire city council. And then later bringing back a follow-on or investigating or researching if a follow-on investigation is even necessary, because we don't know that. Public health is not in our element. We don't manage any healthcare facilities in the city of Torrance. So we don't know. We may not be necessary. So although all of it's important, and like I said, I won't rehash what Councilmember Kaylani said, but if we could figure out how to move forward from this option or this item to either make it a resolution or a formal letter, I think that that would help us move this forward, and then we can see if there is any need to do a follow-on or any investigation at all, because we just don't know. We're saying we want to include everyone, but this item does not include any facility in the city of Torrance. This is, most of the deaths happened in, I think, the Silverado facility. There's a facility in Gardena, and there's one in LA. So in bringing back an additional one, it wouldn't even include this because this is not even in the city of Torrance. Yes, it affected a lot of community members. COVID affected everyone. Everyone's got someone that either knew someone that had it, passed from it, or a family member affected. So although I understand the importance of this after attending the community meeting, I don't think there's anyone out here that doesn't believe that this shouldn't go forward. I think in order to move it forward, if the council member was amenable to changing it from a resolution to a formal letter, I think that it would give some folks more comfort, and then staff can come back and see, is there even a need to contact the LA County Department of Health that oversees all of the long-term care facilities to bring back a follow-on resolution.
Okay, I think, I just want to make sure there's a motion on the table right now, and I don't see a second. So if I don't see a second, I think it fails. My recommendation to my colleagues would, let's press forward and take a vote on this item standing alone itself, and then we come back, one of my colleagues could make a request for concurrence for another item so it stays clean, that addresses all the communities who have suffered due to COVID-19. That includes the city of Torrance. And we could do that as a resolution. The staff could bring it up and give us a choice, whether it's a resolution or a letter. That would be my suggestion to keep this one clean. And we still address all of our concerns that I've heard tonight. I think Councilwoman Lewis has clicked the request for motion.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, we're moving this forward as a formal letter and then coming back.
No, it's as the item today is as a resolution, and then we come back at a future item from staff that gives us the option of a resolution or letter to cover all the facilities that suffered during COVID-19 in the city of Torrance. That's just my recommendation for us to move forward, and we've covered all the concerns that I believe I heard tonight. Councilman Kaji, you want to make a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion that that we move forward on voting on the resolution at hand.
Do we have a second? We don't have a second. So that motion fails too. So if that's, well, Councilwoman Kalani? Hold on, she wants to speak, okay.
I would like to request that the council considers a letter of support in the efforts of Marisucci and Lou, and that we could do that right away.
As opposed to the resolution.
Correct, sir. Because I think there's already efforts in place. People know about this. It's being investigated, or a request to investigate it is already happening at a level higher than our city. And I want to be respectful of the individuals that had a similar experience within our city. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe Councilwoman Kalani is a letter of support.
Correct. And I would ask the rest of my council to concur, please.
Is that a motion? That will be coming back for a future,
No,
right?
we can do that right now.
It's a letter of support to be done now.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
all I was trying to say, man, just point of clarification.
Yeah.
Do you want us to bring back the letter or take the format of this resolution and create a letter? Because this is written as a
resolution.
resolution
Right,
of the
that's
city
what I was
council.
trying to help us move along, but your suggestion, Councilwoman Kalani, is really a new item. Maybe I'll check with our attorney just for a process check.
Yeah, I guess the clarification is would that be, is it your intent to say have staff draft the letter based on the resolution? Is that, I guess I'm trying to figure out what the letter would look like.
To me, the letter would look like a support in the efforts that are already happening at a level higher than the city with Marisucci and Lou's offices.
So if we have those letters, kind of their format? Is that the-
Correct.
We could use the background material in the resolution to prepare the letter, and if council wants to authorize the mayor to be the final approval, just with your signatures, or I imagine all of you have to sign it if you agree. I don't want to get into wordsmithing and group outside of a public process if we're writing a letter that's not in agreement. That's
Right.
why I think it'd be helpful for you.
That's
give
what I
us
was
some
gonna
guidance.
check. Do we need to come back with another item? That's what I was wondering. Okay, Councilwoman Lewis.
Let me try it. We spent a lot of time on this item. Wasn't expecting it to go like this. So my question is either to Attorney Sullivan or Mr. Shaparian. If we take the language of the current resolution and put it on letterhead, and all of the council members who say yes to this can sign, and then we can follow up with maybe Councilmember Matucci to ask if he would like to be added to the letter, with the mayor doing the final letter, would that suffice for this item not to have to come back?
I would suggest, as City Manager Taparian said, to just use the resolution
That's what I'm asking.
as the letter, and no wordsmithing after this,
Correct.
unless you take it back to.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
That's what I recommend as well, thank you.
That's exactly what I just said. Take the wording in this letter, put it on city letterhead. For those people who voted yes, council members automatically added to the letter. I'll depend on the mayor or someone to follow up with Councilmember Matucci to make sure that he is in agreement, and we can move this item forward and not have to bring it back. No wordsmithing, it's the resolution as it stands.
I think Councilwoman Kalani has a different resolution. She's just asking to have a letter of support, not this wording. A letter of support, am I correct?
The same wording would be fine.
Yeah, I that was the spirit of her request. Put it on the letterhead, I think.
Thank you.
Councilman Kaji, you clicked in to speak, or?
Thank you, Your Honor. I can support a letter from the mayor and the council adopting the language in the resolution, so we can move this forward.
Do you want to
And
lead us with the motion then?
And I would make that motion.
Well, yes, we have to make a motion. So you're making a motion to take the current language, put it on the city letterhead.
Right.
With council signatures, and with that motion, I will second that. That is now in a letter.
Okay. Did the city clerk catch that? And that means we do not need a resolution number then.
Correct.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're coming back, we're not coming back, right? So this is it.
Councilman
Yeah,
Shake.
I got it. I just want to make
You
sure.
could come back, yeah, right, you
Got
could
it,
come back
got
with
it.
something else later.
I get it.
Right.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're on to item 9.
Mayor, I think if you could just clarify for the audience what we just did, because there may be some confusion.
Okay, just for the public audience, for clarification, we discussed this item at length, and what we adopted or what we approved was that we're going to take the words as written on this draft resolution. We're going to copy and paste it on the city letterhead, which will be what I plan to do is making sure that we have a circulation tab so that each member here will look at it, and then once everyone looked at it, looks okay, then I will sign it and we'll send it to the respective organizations. That was what we approved tonight, and I think. And then for those who wants to bring up a new item, we'll have the opportunity to request for concurrence. Does that sound clear?
Do we still need to do the concurrence to look into it, or we're good?
You would need to request concurrence for that.
I will leave that
Okay.
to.
Does anyone want to do that now, or you want to do it when they do the council orals? Anytime.
We can do it since it's here. Asking concurrence for staff to research if there's any affected similarly situated facilities in Torrance, and just come back to us with a report on that if it's actually necessary for us to send an additional letter. Can I have council concurrence?
I think that we have six and 0. Okay, so hopefully that's clear, staff.
Yes, Your Honor. We have to come up with some matrix to determine if there were any impacts. But
Sure.
I trust our team can come back with that info.
Appreciate it. No, thank you. I think everybody here has the same desire, of those who have suffered unjustly, and appreciate the discussion here. Now we're on to item 9F from the city managers. There's staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9F is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a side letter agreement between Torrance Library Employees Association and management in the amount of $1,356 regarding cash in lieu of health benefits. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item only?
This pork chop again. I just don't understand that, this thing is like $1,300 and it's on the agenda. And more important things like, the big dough is like, the financial report, like $280 million and so on. It's not on the agenda. And not talking about Timmy Goodrich did not even show up, in case you have a question. So I don't know. I think the voters got what they voted for because, they forgot who Timmy Goodrich was. But anyway, he doesn't show up because, the previous treasurer did not show up. But I just want to mention that, the amount, this is like $1,300, and it's on the agenda. They can speak on it. But the $280 million thing.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Your Honor, City Manager Chaparian, point of
Yes.
clarification, we are required by law under the California Public Employee Relations System to bring any adjustments in the form of a side letter for public adoption. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. If not, I'm going to ask for, we'll take the motion back to the City Council.
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the City Manager and approve the side letter.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9G from the City Manager is their presentation.
Jamie Lay again, City Manager's Office. Item 9G is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Resolution Number 2022-144, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees in the amount of $211,699 relating to the ambulance operator class specification. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for staff. I was very supportive of the ambulance program when it was developed, and it's my understanding it continues to be a sustainable program, and that these increases not only bring them up to a more competitive salary, but this program also serves as a opportunity for us to recruit paramedics and firefighters. Long question.
Yes, the short answer is yes, Council. Madam Chair, City Manager. The program, as created, has given us two major benefits. Having our own ambulance service provider in-house, not relying on a third party, is a significant benefit to our residents and community members. And the second, we are noticing that we're able to grow our own firefighter paramedics as a result of having this program. Chief can expand on the current recruit class. How many are from within the program?
David Dumais, Fire Chief. Council member, majority of our last two classes were ambulance operators. 7 of the last 12 were ambulance operators, and I believe at least half of the last class 2 years ago were ambulance operators. So as Mr. Chaparian stated, it's a good proving ground for our young folks.
Nice, thank you. And just once again, the cost of this increase is well within the revenue of the program.
That is correct. It's covered within the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? I don't see any. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Thank you, sir. I think your time is up. But I will make a comment that the ambulance service we have adopted is providing revenue, and it's paying for itself and more. And it gives us better response time because we own the ambulance services. We're not at the mercy of someone else. So as long as we can have a revenue stream, it pays for itself. The community is getting fast response time. We discussed that on other items, not on this particular one today. And we're building the bench for our future firefighters. So if you look at all of what I just shared, it's an upside summary for the
Yes, Your
city of
Honor.
Torrance.
And the private ambulance operators have struggled meeting the demands of service given the lack of available staffing. We create opportunity for upward mobility for our ambulance operators. Thank you.
I think I see someone else from the public wish to speak.
Okay, if I understand correctly, when we had Gerber or McCormick, didn't the city contract with them and had to pay them something to operate within the city? number one, that was just a question, but like I said, they got to my house like that. And my issue, I required minutes because I could have passed out. I could have died. And so I just want to say they were professional. They got there quickly. The only thing I would say that was, is when they put the wheelchair inside, they couldn't get to me from the right side. They had to only work from the left. And trying to get an IV in my arm was a little bit difficult. But I think it was well worth it. I thank our fire department. I thank our city council for thinking forward, which is what they should do.
Yes, your time is up, man. I think the simple analogy is for private business like McCormick and Gerber to be in business, they have to make a profit. So if the city's doing this, we don't call that profit, we call that revenue. So as long as our revenue is positive, we are doing well. That's just a very simplistic explanation. Okay, we've got next speaker.
James Henry, where is the revenue coming from to pay for this? Is the patients who are sick paying for the service? Is that where the revenue is coming from, the private citizens?
The question is how is the payment process that they get billed according to a certain fixed rate that the state has, state and county. That's the same.
It's established by LA County, and
Right.
it's the same structure that they were paying private operators.
Yeah, they all the same payment structure. All right. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll ask the city clerk for number title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-76, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2022-144, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time and salaried and hourly employees effective July 2nd, 2023.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-144.
Second?
Clarification, that's resolution number 2023-76.
Correction, adopt resolution 2023-76, amending resolution 2022-144.
Thank you. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. There are no hearings, no agency agendas, and no second readings. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off your cell phone when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk. It's now 9:33.
Maureen O'Donnell. I am dismayed to pass a resolution or letter of support in favor of just the Japanese community's nursing homes is really a travesty. Blacks and Latinos have suffered greatly during the pandemic in hospitals, in nursing homes. It should be all-inclusive. This nation should be all-inclusive. This resolution for this one group is ethnocentric, and that is wrong. It should be everybody or nobody. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sep. How you continue to treat the street vendors? You say you can't legally require a homeless to move, but you're telling me you can move the street vendors when they are on public property. You are giving homeless people more protection than street vendors. Most homeless beg for money and are left alone, while street vendors work hard and are attacked by local government and racists. I think it's unfair that you passed a law to ticket street vendors and charge them money for every 30 minutes. They are there. They cannot afford the amount of money you are charging them. There are Senate bills to protect street vendors. I am tired of you saying that you're okay with them if they have permits, but they don't need permits. Senate Bill 946 and 972. I am tired of having council tax.
Go ahead, you can speak into it.
Okay. So my daughter has now spoken. Closer? Okay. Huh? Oh. Well, my daughter has now spoken to you twice about something that she feels very strongly about, and I am doing my job as a parent and supporting her. It is a shame that this council has let its racism show. How has council not demanded Matucci make a public apology for his comments back in late April? The comment he made where he implied my race was ghetto and our people have businesses run by gangs. How would you explain this to your child that a council member holds such contempt for your people? How do you explain that your city is daring to pass local laws that are in direct violation of Senate Bill 946 and 972? These laws state permits are not needed and street vending is not illegal, but you dare to attack these hardworking people. It is a shame that you are acting this way. It is a shame that if these people were homeless that they would have more rights and you would follow the state's laws. Please reconsider your stance on street vendors. We are viewed as a town full of racists due to how we currently act, and imagine as a parent how you try.
I just want to make sure that with staff here, what I speak is correctly, that we are administering the law correctly according to this Senate bill. And you need a health permit and a business license to operate. Is that
Your
correct?
Honorable Mayor, Council Members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Department. Senate Bill 946 allows local agencies to develop ordinances and thereby require the necessary permits. So yes, we are following Senate Bill 946 as
Okay.
written.
Thank you. I just want to make sure the public knows that we are adhering to the policy. We're just not making things up as we go. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Thank you. Once again, I am not going to let somebody call out a council member for something that they said because they care about our city. The people who the street vendors hurt are the people who have businesses that pay for business licenses, who abide by the health codes, and have to make sure that they hire employees, they insure the employees, give them health, give them everything. If these people want to work, go to a business, apply for a job at a local business. They don't need to be on the streets. This is not a racist issue as they're trying to make this out. And it's driving me nuts because our city will not stay clean and neat if we got street vendors going from one block to another. It's just not right. And they're taking money away from people who have.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak, who has not spoken in oral communications yet?
Hello, this is Porchop. This is the perfect example how the city works. You know, everything is broken down and you're celebrating yourself. I would like to ask Mr. Shaparian how much the city paid for Gerber ambulances and how much the city paid for McCormick ambulances their vehicles and their employees. And by the way, that's a great thing. Finally, you are raising their wages above the minimum wage. Those drivers should get some kind of other employment because they're never going to be firemen. They lie to those people, and then they tell them they get a chance to be a fireman, and they are just fooled. So how much we paid for Gerber Ambulance, Mr. Shaparian? How much did we pay for McCormick? Zero. Thank you very much. They paid the campaign funds for the illegally elected president.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who wishes to speak?
Good mic.
I see one person coming up to speak, I believe.
My name's Tim Beck. I run Research and Technical Services Company. We're having a problem with County Supervisor Janice Hahn. The county fire department has invested all their assets in water dropping assets. Now, when you drop water into a firestorm, it turns into steam. Steam is lighter than air. It rises. The more water that the LA County Fire Department puts on the firestorm, the faster the updraft will be. It becomes a firestorm. Now, if you look at EarthGuard Technologies on YouTube, you'll see a guy in Georgia uses tiny dry ice pellets, puts the fire out in seconds, raging oil fire out in seconds. I'm in a spiritual war with Janice, Two-Faced. Janice, the god, is two-faced. Han.
Anyone else from the public? Sir, sir. Okay, you could leave it there. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? If not, I'll bring it up to the council. Oh. Mr. Sullivan, you want to say something?
If I could, just briefly, I just wanted to say happy anniversary to my wife. It's our 25th. And so to steal a line from Heat, for me, the sun rises and sets with her. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you. Councilwoman. Okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to take a moment of silence to just remember those people whose lives were lost during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani, for sharing your heart and your compassion for the community. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Happy anniversary to the Sullivans. And I also wanted to remind people that TOCA will be doing their art show at Del Amo Mall. And we're lucky enough to feature some photography by one of the City of Torrance's own, Jill, Miss Martha Reed. I had to say that. For sure. So it is actually, the art exhibit will start tomorrow at 5 p.m. at Del Amo Fashion Center. So I hope folks will actually come by and appreciate the art and the paintings and the wonderful talent that we have in our community here in Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank all the community members. They reached out to me with their emails, their discussion about the resolution we had today. Thank you so much for your participation, your engagement. That helped. The second thing I'd like to request community to participate in the back to school drive. That will be in our city civic drive. The information was shared already. And also urge community to watch Torrance Today. It's a great program for our cable that gives you the information about city activities and upcoming activities. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take my frog and go home, but I did want to remind people of a great event coming up. Rock Around the Block will be happening Thursday, July 20th from 5 to 8 p.m. in front of the Torrance Historical Society Museum in downtown Torrance. It's always a wonderful and fun event, and most importantly, it's free, although there are a few items that you can spend money on, such as food and so forth. But it's a great event to get out in the community on a nice evening, and hope to see everybody out there. The other thing I wanted to mention is another free event from the city, sponsored by our Community Services Department, and that's the Concerts in the Park. This Saturday at 5 p.m. will be the Big Butter Jazz Band. They'll be playing at the Wilson Park Amphitheater at 5 p.m. Be there or be square. Thank you so much. Good night.
Great. We're looking forward to you do some jazz dancing. Councilman Kaji.
Okay, party on. I just wanted to thank Public Works for the great street signage in North Torrance. I'm glad it's in District 1 and all those great signs. The new sign coming off the 405 freeway at Crenshaw, it looks great. A lot of great comments from the residents. So keep it up, and we're expecting more money in District 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. And just want to give a great shout out to the entire city for the Independence Day fireworks. I think I hear nothing but positive, and I know there's a whole teamwork. Ms. LaRock, thank you. Public safety kept our city safe, and I know Councilman Matucci's not here today, but I believe he does have a community meeting this Thursday. This Thursday, 6 p.m. at El Retiro Library. So for those who's interested in the latest update of things going on in the city, please come.
And the one in District 2 as well.
And District 2 is the week after, right?
Yeah, the one in District 2, a little bit different format for this one. It's cookies, coffee, and conversation with the one and only city manager of Torrance, Aram Chaparian. And so we know we don't have a lot of times to share you with the public. So now is your opportunity to come and have cookies, coffee, and conversation at Isabel Henderson Library on Emerald Street on Tuesday, July 18th, starting at 6:30.
Right. So it's exactly a week from now, 6:30. Henderson Libraries in West Torrance, right across the street from almost Victor Park, right there, or right next to Victor Park, I believe. I should know. I live around that area. That's right. Now, as we conclude tonight's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meeting live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov or YouTube and Facebook. And now I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn to July 25th, 2023.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you and good night, everyone. Enjoy a great weekend.